counting, and then we will have liftoff. Thank you. Wish I was cold and stone, then I wouldn't feel afraid. Wish I didn't have this heart, then I wouldn't know. Te moana hei huarahi ma tātou i te rangi nei. Aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou i a tātou katoa hui e tā ki e amene. The English version is up there. I just wanted to welcome everybody here, our staff, everybody, those also online. I have apologies. I have apologies from His Worship the Mayor for lateness, also the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bill Cashmore for lateness as well, and Councillor Simpson, who is here with us for early departure. Are there any other further apologies? If there's none, I will move. Second. Oh, everybody. Councillor Dalton. Male, female is a good thing. And so I will put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against, carried.
Aye.
Oh, sorry. What was the one? Roll call. Yep. So we're going to the roll call that Maya will do now. Thank you.
Morena councillors. Councillor Bartley,
Morena.
Councillor Casey.
Morena.
Councillor Collins.
Kia ora.
Councillor Coombe.
Tamarie.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Dalton.
Morena.
Councillor Darby. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
IMSB member Terence Honig. IMSB member Tony Kaki. Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Newman.
Good morning, Maya.
Morena. Councillor Sayers.
President, good morning to everybody.
Councillor Simpson. Early departure on council business, noted. Councillor Stewart. No. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Hello.
Councillor Young.
Good morning, 大家好.
Thank
I'm
you.
also back online, Christine Fletcher.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Maya. Move to declaration of interests. Any? There's none. Confirmation of minutes. The 10th of December.
I'm here.
Councillor Walker is here online. Councillor Nicola Cooper to move. Second by Councillor Simpson. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. There are no petitions. There are no public input in regards to the local board input. I have spoken to the chair of the Otara Papatoetoe local board, Lotu Fuli. She is aware of the two items that are specific to Collindale Park, and she is going to be online and doesn't wish at this stage to speak to them. But however, when we do get to those two items, especially the first one around region, I will acknowledge the support from the local board. So we'll move on to item 7, extraordinary items. There's none. Before we get into the proposed land exchange at Belgrave Reserves, Avondale, I'm going to ask our new executive officer, Maureen Glassy, to come through to introduce herself to us all. This is her first meeting. So Maureen, to you, congratulations. And I just want to invite you to come through, please. Just before Maureen starts, we also have a history with both Maureen and I been in the police together. So look, it's just so great to see you, Maureen. Kia ora. I just invite you.
Kia ora, Alf. Thank you so much. Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Maureen Glassy. I have a very long-standing relationship with our beautiful chair, and I have done my best to follow his career and follow in his footsteps and to support him. I am Claudia's new executive officer, and it is a role that I'm really, really excited about. I cannot wait to work in Auckland's, probably I think Auckland's best committee, and under the great leadership of both Alfie and Kathy, and I'm really looking forward to supporting all of the elected members and also our community. Kia ora, Alf, thank you.
Kapai. Thank you, Maureen. Yeah, that was good. Okay, thanks, Maureen. So look,
I
we're
heard
moving
that too.
To item 8. So if I, there you go. Tēnā koe, McLean.
Kia ora.
Now, Councillor Mulholland, is she online? Yes, she is. She has asked to move this particular item. I'm just going to have a look at the West councillors if one of them wishes to support and second. Councillor Cooper, sorry. It's put on the table, and then I'll just leave it to you, McLean.
You, Tēnei koutou. This report is seeking approval for public notification of a land exchange in Avondale with Kainga Ora. They are redeveloping housing in the area, which gives council opportunity to exchange Belgrove Reserve West and part of Belgrove Reserve East for a larger rectangle-shaped pocket park and walkway in the same area. The local board has given their support for public notification, but they were clear they support going out to the community to obtain feedback before they make a decision on whether to support the land exchange. And part of this process, we would return to the local board first with the engagement report before coming back to PACE with a final resolution. Through the chair, are there any questions?
So I'm just going to open it up for questions. Are there any questions of McLean? Are there
Yes,
any
please,
online?
Mr. Chair.
Yep, sorry. Tēnā koe, Tony. No mai haere, mate. Councillor Mulholland, comment. There's no questions. So, McLean, thank you so much for the report. We're just going to open it up now for our debate and then hopefully put the recommendation. So, tēnā koe. So, Councillor Mulholland, comment.
Kia ora, Chair and Morena. Thank you to the staff for this report. I've been asked on behalf of Chair Thomas to give her apologies as she is in a CAB community meeting. And Chair Thomas has asked me to share with you that the Faux Local Board did support this process. I myself have read the full report from Kangaroa and had a look at the space, and very, very pleased with the proposal and outcome. So I'm very happy to support this report and to move it. So kia ora, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. If there's no further comments, it's been moved and seconded.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Oh, my apologies, I didn't see it. Question, Matua.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Ngā mihi atu kia koutou. My question is around engagement with mana whenua. I see in the impact statement it kind of talks generically with Māori, but this I just want to understand what the relationship is with mana whenua in the context of this item.
Kapai, I'm just going to invite McLean to come through to answer that pātai. Kia ora nā.
Yes, so for this land exchange, we have a specified consultant that reaches out to impacted iwi in the area with direct letters. We usually give them multiple reminders for the appropriate means to give feedback through this, but that's our general process.
Mr. Chair, just a supplementary question.
Aye.
Yeah, I understand the process, but what specifically has your consultant or whoever you've outsourced this to? What have they engaged with mana whenua specifically? I need you to answer the question, not the process.
Not yet. No.
So through the chair, the processes of engagement and consultation don't start with anyone until this committee has approved that we're able to go out for public consultation. So if the decision was not to approve it, then this process would stop and we would not carry it any further.
Kia ora. Matua. Kapai.
I appreciate that, but I think mana whenua have a specific relationship with the council. I think that needs, it isn't a general public consultation opportunity. I think they're looking for a more closer working relationship with mana whenua, in particular to this item and also the next, Mr. Chair. I get what the officers are saying, but I would have thought that we would have upped our game in terms of our engagement with mana whenua, specifically around whenua issues such as this.
Yeah, ka pai. Councillor Cooper.
Yeah, just a comment.
Comment.
I mean, I feel comforted if we look at paragraph 41. Follows the process, subject to proposed land exchange being approved for public notification, which is what we're doing here. Consultation with mana whenua will be undertaken under Section 4 of the Conservation Act. So there's a specific process that will happen, but unless we approve this, it would be a bit pointless. But if we approve it, I'm very happy that we'll be going out to mana whenua.
Yeah, and that's been explained by Kataraina. So, okay, if there's no further questions or comments, I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Kia ora ma. Tēnā korua. We move to item 9, proposed change of decision-making allocation for Collindale Park. So I will move, Councillor Collins will second it. Just to confirm that's okay with you, Councillor Collins?
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Chair.
And look, I'll get everybody to introduce themselves, but before I do, I just really wanted to acknowledge the local board, the chair, Lotu Fuli, and also their leadership. The comment in regards to this particular issue is that the local board, or Tara Papatoetoe local board, ended up putting their LDI in regards to this. And that needs to be acknowledged, because guess what happened? With the fact that they put their LDI to this, things around Collindale Park continued. It didn't stop, it continued. And as a result of that, we are in a situation now where there are motorsport applications and leases coming through. The park has been developed, again through Councillor Simpson's and Councillor Henderson's committee. There were some monies put towards Collindale Park, but the local board started this. They ensured that we continued with the work that is that had to happen on Collindale Park. So to them, I say thank you so much to the local board chair, to her local board in regards to this. Before we get our team to introduce themselves, I will not be entertaining any questions on Speedway. And the reason I'm not going to entertain any questions on Speedway, because this is about the lease. Speedway, I have no doubt at all, will be coming through to whether it be this particular committee, or whether it be the finance committee, or whether it be the planning committee, but that will happen. This is all about the lease. So I will not be entertaining any questions on Speedway. So look, after that, again to the local board, thank you so much. And I'll just hand it over to our team to introduce themselves and then talk to the report. Kia ora.
Morena, my name is Carole Canler. I'm the new Senior Policy Manager for Community Investment. So this report pertains to the decision-making allocation for the Collindale Motor Sport Precinct. Upon the request from the local board, staff assessed whether the precinct functioned as a regional or local facility or park, and the conclusion is that the catchment is regional and that the park serves a regional function. Therefore, it is recommended that the decision allocation is moved to the governing body. Happy to answer any questions.
So as previously stated, the local board support this coming through. So I'm going to ask for questions, and I'll go here first in the town hall. So I've got Councillor Bartley and then Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry, Councillor Coombe and then Councillor Walker. Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Coombe and then Councillor Dalton and then Councillor Walker online.
Tēnā koe mātua. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you. I'm very happy to support this. I just have one partai around what precedent does this set for other local parks, and I'm thinking like examples in the past where there was a push to say that Chamberlain Park should be a regional park. So can I just get some clarification about the implications? Kia ora.
Through the chair, this sets an example, not a precedent. That's a real legal term. And I think when we look at this, it's not stripping away a delegation from a local board. It's our local board requesting that they believe the outcomes that are being delivered through to Colindale Park are sub-regional or regional, and they in a way would prefer to focus on local community outcomes. So I don't think we had any request from the appropriate Eden local board around Chamberlain Park, therefore it was never considered and never assessed. We do have a few more of these waiting, and all of them are requests from the local board to the governing body.
Ka pai. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be supporting this as well. My question is around point 31, where we talk about there's being no capital or operational costs included into the LTP, which will be required for it to reach its vision. Well, actually, the Aotearoa Papatoetoe Local Board's vision. Is there a process for that to happen once it is a regional park?
So through the chair, the processes are the same as always, which is annual plan, long-term plan. That's the processes for new funding for any development of any park. And as you can see, there was funding allocated in the past to the Finance and Performance Committee, so that would have been because it was unidentified budget originally, and a case had to be put to the committee. So in a way, all the funding apart from LDI was always a governing body decision anyway, and the local boards used advocacy through the LTP and the annual plan process. So it will still need to come up through all those normal processes.
Chair, it raises a concern for me that has not happened. It might be context, it might be process, but there is a vision, it exists. It's now going to be regional, and there is nothing allocated for it. I would expect there might have been something going down through the ABS to the board before. If there's no money in the long-term plan for it right now, do we wait for the next 3 years, the review?
Yeah. So I'll let Mace get to that one.
Kia ora Chair, kia ora Councillor Dalton. So there is funding there. So the maintenance funding, ABS or asset-based services funding still exists. This decision is about transferring the decision-making only. The other funding, as my colleague Kataraina talked about, was the 8.9 million, which is currently in the plan for the landowner enabling works for this parkland, that then enables partnerships with community groups such as BMX and the motorsport, motocross, which are leases and they meet their own development rights. There may be applications through the Sport and Recreation Facilities Investment Fund or other grant funding, but it's those enabling works that will enable community to realise the motorsport outcomes that are envisaged on this park.
Thank you. So to clarify, 31 is completely about the vision, not about the ongoing.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the 8.9 was the funds that went through both Councillor Simpson's and Henderson's committee. That's still there. Councillor Walker, and then Councillor Hills, and then Bartley.
Sure, I've got a couple of questions. Quite obviously, we're talking about motorsport in part here. What is the status of the motorsport strategy for Auckland that I would have thought was helping to inform things?
Kia ora, Councillor Walker. So, motorsport facility plan is something that is on the agenda with Motorsport New Zealand and the sports sector in Auckland, and that is planned to occur in the next 12 months. It was planned, as you may recall, last year, but because of COVID-19 and those disruptions in the sports sector, that was put off until now. But there's a clear view of motorsport collaborating for that code plan. There are some challenges that it's not a single code. It is a group of codes coming together to achieve that, but that plan is in place, and one of my staff, Dave Stewart's, leading that.
Hey, the other question I've got is just around point 24, where it mentions kart sport Mount Wellington. What is the status of the Auckland Motorcycle Club, or bucket racing as they've been known, in terms of access to Colindale Park here, and any arrangements around them?
Kia ora, Councillor Walker. I think this will be discussed in the next item concerning the lease proposal that's coming up, should you make this decision to accept the decision-making rights for Colindale Park.
So, Councillor Walker, you'll be the first off the rank when we get to that particular item.
One other question. It does mention around the proposed speedway move to Colindale Park. What is the status of any stadium strategy that would inform that?
So, Councillor Walker, just to let you know, that discussion is going to be ongoing. This is around the allocation of the park going through to region. We will address that particular question later on. It will not be addressed at this particular one. Have you got any other questions in regards to the decision making as per A and B, please?
Well, I am raising it because I would have thought it was entirely germane to the future development that's shown on the site for Speedway, which is right at the front. I'm just asking a question as to where that strategy is at, because currently Speedway are at Western Springs, and I think are quite successful and quite happy there. That's my understanding.
Yep, so a decision around that will be made, but it won't be at this committee in regards to this particular item. So if you haven't got any questions, I'll go now to Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, thank you. And I know this is about the exchange of the lease, but the climate impact statement does read, sorry, not the exchange of the lease, the decision making, sorry. And I don't know whether to bring it up here or the next item, but the climate impact statement says there's capacity for climate change reduction and carbon offset and the delivery with natural materials where possible, planting trees and providing walking and cycling to increase transport options. But I guess that is not really showing the true impact of this park. At what point do we discuss that? Is it this item or the next? Because my concern is this is a further move to create a permanent motorsport park, where in 10 years maybe that's not a possible future for our city. So I'm just getting or understanding how our thinking is on that. Are we ensuring that we're future-proofing this for other purposes if there is no more oil in 15, 20 years time, or are we? Yeah. So I'm just not sure the climate impact statement is really telling the full picture.
Just to reflect, all the impact statements, this is the issue that comes up with all of the impact statements, they're relative to the decision being requested. There are some matters for which you've already made developments decisions, some of those in Legacy Council some time ago, and generally these reports are on top of those foundation decisions. The foundation decision for the activities that are being undertaken on this existing park were made by Manukau City and Legacy Councils. It gets quite hard. I suppose I could reassure you that you are the decision maker for all future decisions on this, including Speedway, Bucketway. You will be making those decisions, you can decide then how to go. I would mention that electric cars are some of the fastest cars in the world with some of the best torque and could be the future for some of us motorheads who will still love it forever. So, I mean, that we do need to see some of those possibilities.
Yeah, and I guess my comment is that are we ensuring that anything for the future includes that? Because I have seen that electric cars are being raced at the moment, and is there? We just need to keep in mind that the changing nature of what's needed for oil and petrol cars versus the infrastructure for electric charging or different things. So I guess I'm just making sure we keep that in mind, that the decisions that come could be wasted infrastructure within 10 years.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman and Councillor Hills. I think the motorsport code plan or facility plan will enable us to look at the future fuel sources and climate impact more in a holistic way. As Katarina has said, the decisions for this to be a motorsport park were made some time ago, but acknowledging that we need to be progressive in this regard.
And Councillor Hills, just to let you know that once this decision is approved, we will have more oversight than what we would have in regards to climate change. So, look, that'll definitely be at the forefront, because I have no doubt at all that yourself and Councillor Clume and other councillors will make sure that it is at the forefront of our minds. So I'll move to Councillor Bati, then Matuakake, and then Councillor Cooper, hopefully to close on questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge Chair Lotu Fuli and the Otara Papatoi Local Board for taking on the responsibility of this park when it was under their responsibility. Did I say responsibility twice? I did. Okay. Jurisdiction. Yeah. Their responsibility and their responsibility, financial responsibility. So yeah, just want to acknowledge what they did there and to thank them. And I just was curious, were there any other local boards that are in this situation with this kind of responsibility?
In some ways it differs from local board to local board. What we do have is some contiguous use of parks and some of them are local and some of them are regional. We have that on the edges of Waitakere. We have this on the edges of the Domain, where as a Domain is a contiguous space, actually one little part requires Waitemata local board's approval and then the Domains for the rest. There are areas where local boards are looking at that. Tomarata, Mace have said, part of that is contiguous with the regional park. So local boards are identifying areas where they believe they are part of a wider regional park and think it doesn't make much sense to have a small portion which people use like a regional park having decisions made locally. So there are about 3 or 4 lining up behind this. So you will be seeing more of these.
Matuakake, question, and then once they are finished, I will then go to comments. Matuakake.
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I want to also acknowledge the local board for carrying the mauri of this up to this point. I also want to acknowledge the man Colin Dell and his legacy. Ngā mihi atu ki a koe. And I guess his relationship back in the day with mana whenua. First and foremost, the question I have is in relation to mana whenua, and that is, I didn't get a strong context of what options mana whenua had a preference of, or what their views were in the report. Can the officers just articulate what that is?
Through the chair, we have not requested the views of mana whenua in regards to the options.
Okay, again, that is the next process. Is that what I understand?
Once this decision is made, then there will be a change from who makes the decision. This is essentially our process report around who was the decision maker around this piece of land.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, and just through you, mana whenua are certainly aware of this decision change and preserve their rights in terms of the agreement to lease on the Marae precinct, which is an active discussion with the local board.
Okay, so they're aware of it, and to what context? I guess I'm wanting to hear what's their view around the whole lease arrangement.
So if you look at paragraph 66, they've clearly stated that they're interested in how future developments occur within the precinct, particularly on how it may impact around the marae area.
So the Chair, if I may add to that, I understand also that the local iwi is part of the Cooperative Management Committee, which oversees the park. So they're obviously involved.
Kapai, matua. Councillor Cooper.
I just think maybe the question is probably better put in the next item.
So there's a further recommendation that mana whenua consultation on the three options presented in a report. I'm trying to find out where the three options. So look at, if we finish with the particular questions, matua kake, just to give you some context with this, in regards to the Collindale Park, when it was first purchased in 2003, consultation with mana whenua occurred even in 2003. Subsequently, since 2003 and through this whole process, they have been consulted, consulted with, even to the extent where Te Akatai Wauhua and then Ngāti Te Ata ended up coming to an arrangement in regards to the marae that's been noted on page 26 of the agenda item. So both Te Akatai Wauhua and Ngāti Te Ata know what has occurred on that particular site. So mana whenua have been consulted in regards to this, to what's happening on Collindale Park. So in regards to this procedural item, let's get through the approval process first, and then if there's further consultation with mana whenua, it will happen, but they have been aware of what is happening on their park, not only through the local board, but also through the region. So if that's okay, Matua, I'll then head to comments. Kia ora. Just thank you to our staff, and I'm going to head to comments, and I have got Councillor Collins first for comment, and then Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope that you can hear me okay. Chair, I just wanted to echo your sentiments that you shared at the beginning of the item and thanking the local board. The decision to relinquish or surrender $280,000 a year of our LDI funding to ensure that Collindale Park was kept up, it was running and it was maintained, was made when I was working with the local board. I was chair at the time. And so I feel like, we've gone full circle here. In the eyes of the local board at the time, and even before my involvement in the local board, we've always seen Collindale Park as having a regional function. And if you look at the users of the park, a lot of those sports groups have pulled much wider than the Otara Papatoetoe local board. You're getting people from very far in the south to right across the city, and it's in that light that we've always seen it as a regional facility. So I want to thank the local local board first and foremost. I'm not sure if Chair Lotu is on the call, but I think it's important that we express our gratitude to the local board and to those who were members prior to this term of the local board for all of their work, their desire to keep the park running, their desire to have people visit it. And I know that many of the users of Colindale Park want young people in particular, want a diverse group of people participating in the sports that are available at Colindale Park. So yeah, this is full circle for us. It's quite a good moment for the local board, for those who've been wanting this to be the case for some time. And I think it shows the generosity of the local board. Granted, it was their Ollie for the last round of considerations for their financial commitments. So yeah, I'm really happy that we've reached this point. I'm really excited for today, and I want to thank councillors. I want to thank yourself, Chair, and your involvement in making sure this has come to the table today. And once again, reiterate my thanks to both my former colleagues on the local board and the current local board at the moment. Thank you.
Yeah, whakatau lava. Councillor Collins, I'm getting Sandra to draft just a recommendation to thank them, especially in regards to the financial assistance that they gave Colindale Park. I think it's important that that get acknowledged in regards to this, so that's going to be drafted if you're okay to include that, Councillor Collins.
Yes, that's fine by me. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Dalton.
Chair, my comments are the same as Councillor Collins, Bartley and yourself. And not only did the Otara Papatoetoe local board carry the Māori of this particular vision for 10 years, we're 10 years down the track now, and very hard to implement a vision on a local board budget. I think it's really important to acknowledge that their Oli was this. Of all the things they could have asked for their community, they put forward the debt and said, can we just get rid of this for us? It's a burden. So Otara Papatoetoe local board are one of the most generous boards around. You know, they are humble, they dig it in, they're quiet, they fly under the radar, they achieve for their community. And it's not easy to let go. It can't be easy to let go of an asset, but the recognition that it's impossible for them to be able to deliver that vision and hand to regional. And I know that they will be included in future decisions or discussions anyway. So just an acknowledgement to their role that they have played in keeping Colindale Motorsport Park alive. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dalton. And look, just to let everybody know, I contacted Colindale on Tuesday, just to let him know that this particular item is coming up. So he's pleased. I want to acknowledge, obviously, all the staff that's been involved in Colindale. Martin, I see you at the back there, so I just want to meet to you. So look, I've just got C to be included in there, which is thank the Otara Papatoetoe local board for assistance through their locally driven initiative, LDI, for Colindale Park, and their support of this process. So I just wanted to include that because the fact that they supported it during that period. So look, if there's no further comments, Councillor Cooper. Hyphen. Yeah, thank you. So look, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Thank you. Item 10. And I'll just wait for young Jenny to come up here. So look, Councillor Collins, if you would move this particular item, and I will second it. And Jenny, welcome to the Town Hall. And Look, just to let everybody know, your history with Manukau as well, way back in the day, goes many, many years. And also with Collindale Park and the leases, again, I've acknowledged Martin Devoy, but you've also been crucial in regards to these leases. So, look, just wanted to sort of acknowledge that and then just leave it to you to sort of go through.
Thank you, Chair.
And there is a PowerPoint that's on Nexus. Kia ora, Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm Jenny Young. I'm the Community Lease Specialist for the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board area. So this is just an overview from our map system of where the park sits in relation to the South Auckland area. So it's on the flight path there of Auckland Airport. It's next to Puhanui Reserve, and it's off Puhanui Road, which is the new transport link through Puhanui Station, the eastern link to Auckland Airport. So it's will shortly be very well served by public transport. So just a brief history of what has happened in this land. So in 2003, Manukau City Council purchased this land for wheeled and motorsports park. So they developed concept plans during a number of years with users, possible future users of the park. Resource consent was granted in 2013 for the activities envisaged. In 2014, public notification of the intention to grant leases was advertised, and in November 2015, agreements to lease were granted to 4 community groups and 2 commercial operators. So this shows those allocations of land at that time. So the blue area was set aside for future development, other users to come onto the park, and motocross and jet sprint, the 2 in the middle, along each side. They are the commercial users, and the others are the community sporting groups. In 2016, after the award of the agreements to lease, 3 of the 4 community sport groups signed their agreements. Kartsport Manukau Incorporated were the only group not to sign. They went through a process of internal review of their best structure to take the development forward, and in March 2017 they dissolved that entity and a new Collindale Park Kartsport Development Trust was formed. So that is the entity that is being tasked with developing the park. It is not necessarily the entity that will undertake the sporting activities on the park, although they may evolve into that once the development is over. So over the past couple of years, all of the community agreement holders have been looking at reconfiguration of the sites to support future development. And so what the groups have come up with, so again on the left is the original allocations of land, and what is being proposed today is that radio control cars and Kartsport under a single lease under the Kartsport Development Trust would have what had originally been set aside for the future development area, and the ex-Kartsport site on the front of the park is for excuse me, future development for any other users who may come onto the park. So in March of last year, the new trust made an application for a lease or a licence to agreement to lease to develop land on Collindale Park. And at that time, the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board reiterated their wish that this park be a regional asset and formally resolved that in December of last year. And that's the item that you've just considered. So happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
Kia ora, Jenny. I'll go to Councillor Walker. Councillor Walker, in the last item you had a question around the Mount Wellington Kartsport, I think, so I'll open it up to you, and then I've got Councillor Cooper next. Councillor Walker, I'll, if we're having issues with the sound, I'll move on to Councillor Cooper and Hills and come back to you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. It's around the recommendation C4C, and I'm asking because it was brought up earlier by Councillor Hills around in the future if cart sport doesn't exist in the form we know it. Here we've got, it says specifically in the conditions that any buildings will be owned and maintained by the lessee. Is there any provision there, for example, if that came about, that wasn't an existing sport or it wasn't electric, that there is a responsibility for the lessee to either remove or demolish the building so that it can be left in its state that it was given to them, just like a normal lease of a building or something like that, sort of a make good provision, because often we get left with these things and council has to pick up the tab, because I think that was a concern earlier around having to spend money that we might not need to.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, through you, Chair. Yes, that's standard conditions in the community leases. That there are a series of options from removal and reinstatement and on sell with the approval of the council, or council may take over the asset with no compensation being paid.
So will that be under E with the all other terms and conditions in E? Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes.
I've left a message with Councillor Walker there when he's ready to let me know on chat. So I'll go to Councillor Hills.
Sweet. Kia ora, thank you, and I know this is complicated, and I could feel a collective sigh when I brought it up before, but I guess my concern is that the climate impact statement says there'll be no increase or a minor increase, but I guess when we're signing leases on something that is sort of at odds with our climate impact and our climate plan, and also at odds with the number one or one of the top goals in our 10-year budget, how do we work with the leaseholders going forward, much like what Councillor Cooper was saying, but more on the fact with, are you using the cleanest petrol you can? What are you doing? What are the leaseholders doing in the climate space? And are we ensuring that we prepare? So like in Formula E, they're having massive issues in Australia and other areas that the infrastructure just isn't there to provide the super fast charging and different things. So over time, if there was provision being thought of while we develop this park, are we keeping that all in mind, or are we building a park? Are we, making decisions now that really aren't fit for 10 to 20 years? My question is not about cancelling motorsport, because I know that Formula E and other things are getting really popular, but I'm just worried we're going to be slow followers as opposed to leaders in the space if we are making sure we're not ruling things in or out.
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. The development of Colindale Park as a wheeled and motorsport park brings together provision of those sports that are currently being held across the region. So it's bringing them together into one place. As to the future, once a group receives a lease on council land, they have quiet enjoyment of that space. They have exclusive use and quiet enjoyment of that space. All of the user groups work together with our park staff. They have for 3 or 4 years now met monthly and work through issues. At the moment, they've been about the development of the park. Under the resource consent, that committee was set up. It will continue into the future, and as developments worldwide for cleaner, greener sports, no doubt they will be part of discussing those kinds of issues in the future.
Okay, thank you. And just a small follow-up, Chair, just through you. I guess my point is sort of like what we've done with smoking and safety over time. So we require updates to leases or stronger kind of expectations, even though they basically have legal right over those spaces. But, we ask for no smoking and things like that. If climate outcomes could be, brought into that thinking along the way, and that's about travelling to and from, but also the use of that space. So it's not just left up to council to deal with, because a lot of people are giving me feedback. Why are you approving these things which are at complete odds with the climate plan? But of course we have existing uses and people that need to transition. But I guess I'm just hoping we bring that in as early as possible as opposed to at the end. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take you off the comment list, and then I'll go back to the questions. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So I've just got a question that goes to points 28 through to 31, where it mentions plans for the park on the part of the Collindale Kart Sport Development Charitable Trust, and it makes mention of the Auckland Motorcycle Club, University of Auckland team, and the Speed Skaters Club. Has there been any direct communication with those clubs? Because my understanding is that there's been very little communication between them and kart sport over Collindale Park.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Chair. My dealings have been with the Trust. It is the Trust who will hold the lease. So they have indicated to me that those other groups have shown an interest in hiring their space once it is developed. And again, that's the conversations that those two groups need to hold. As the landlord, we don't get involved necessarily with those kinds of discussions.
Okay, I'm just raising a concern that I would suggest that as the landlord that has an interest in motorsport and these various clubs in general, that we do have an interest in liaising more directly and not making the assumption necessarily that adequate communication is taking place, because the history of late is that communication has been woefully inadequate. So is it possible for us to liaise directly with a number of these clubs, as we would normally with many clubs that use our parks?
So Wayne, just to confirm what Jenny's just explained, and the fact that if this goes through Collindale Kart Sport Development Charitable Trust, we'll end up having the lease. It is their responsibility in regards to speaking with those. So I'm not going to put the onus on Jenny or our staff to end up telling the Collindale Kart Sport Development Charitable Trust what to do. I think it'll be hazard to guess that maybe a suggestion can be made, and Jenny's nodding that suggestion will be made. But apart from that, that's really all we've got.
Okay, just through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that Auckland Council and Parks do have policies around multisport, and we do have direct engagement with various clubs and entities, irrespective of lease arrangements. The lease arrangement may well be a convenience that does not adequately reflect the use of the land by a particular group.
Yep, thank you for your comments. Councillor Watson.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a question. So point 29, in terms of this charitable trust that's been sent up, identifies the expected users of the proposal to have been to be the Auckland Motorcycle Club, the University of Auckland Formula SAT Club, E-Velocity, and the Mount Wellington Speed Skaters Club. Has the Trust had any conversations with any of those groups in the last 2 years?
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, I do not know, because I do not deal with those organisations. I deal with the prospective leaseholder.
Okay, so are you aware that in the past senior figures in the council have advised those groups, in particular the motorcycle club, have criticised them, in fact, for not having a direct relationship with council and for actually going into the sort of arrangement that's being proposed here? They have been criticised by council officers for that dependency arrangement in terms of the things that have happened to their sport.
So Councillor Watson, just to be clear in regards to where we're heading with this, is that I can understand the context that you're asking these questions on, and that is the lease to the lease to the Collindale Car Sport Development Charitable Trust. This is why the decision in regards to this, whether they have been criticised or not, I don't think it's really a question that should be put to our staff. So in regards to that, I think when we get to the recommendation, there's a choice in regards to supporting this or not.
Yeah.
If we could sort of look at it to see, because Jenny's indicated that she doesn't know and she hasn't heard the criticism that you've outlined.
Yes. So that's concerning, because we seem to be on the one hand just repeating the process in the past that has resulted in these very clubs that are identified here, Mr. Chair. So we're talking about clubs that have been specifically identified, and a number of whom now who are without a facility, yet we're proposing that they go back to an arrangement, a hopeful arrangement, that has resulted in their current predicament. And you mentioned staff. These are conversations that have been made with other council staff. So that's a little disturbing. These sports have all got different needs. Although they're motorsports, they're a bit like soccer and rugby and hockey. They have different needs in terms of a facility. So I would have thought that if we're mentioning expected users, as we're doing here, that there would have been some conversation with those expected users and the trust and the council, neither of which has happened. So these names of these clubs are being put up as possible, or not possible, expected users. There's no discussions with them. Their needs are different. They have been told in the past to have a direct relationship with council, and none of these things have happened. So it does affect the recommendation here. We all want this to move on, but what guarantee, we'll put it another way, and this is a question for Jenny, and it's a fundamental question. Jenny, what guarantee can you give councillors today that these expected users that you've identified will be accommodated in the facility in the manner that's being suggested here, given that there have been no discussions at all and that they have different requirements, which could perhaps be addressed if they were in discussions, but they're not? Could you answer that, please?
Chairman, Kart Sport Mount Wellington, as an incorporated society, is one of the settlors of the trust. So they are one of the groups that set up the development, Collindale Kart Sport Development Trust. We have the president in the room with us today, and he's just passed me a note to say that Kart Sport Mount Wellington has talked to all 4 groups within the past 2 years.
Well, okay. All I would say to that is that seems to be at odds with what the groups are actually saying themselves. Yes, they did have a discussion about 2 years ago, a very general one, but there has been nothing since then. So we seem to have contradictory information that's being passed here. So for instance, to give you an example that's not just with the motorcycle races, with the Speed Skaters Club, are you aware that for their facility they require a more oval type of arrangement to their racing? Has there been a discussion with them as to how that will be accommodated by the trust?
So look, John, before we get into a to and fro, which I'm thinking is going to end up going that way, I am going to take the word of the president who's in the room, that there have been some conversations. So, Councillor Watson, not John, sorry, Councillor Watson. So what I'm going to suggest at least if you wish to end up speaking to the President, I will obviously have a conversation myself with them, and then at least instead of getting in he said, she said, he said, she said, at least we'll get exactly from the President.
Well, I guess, you know, that may be useful or not, but I'm saying I've talked directly to some of the groups that are involved within the last 24 hours. So that's who I'm going on. But my question is for the council's responsibility here, and I guess it's a simple question, but it's a fundamental question as to the surety going forward, and is what guarantee can the officers give us that the groups that have been identified here as expected users are being communicated with this, which is pretty fundamental. That's a reasonable expectation. So I'm asking our officers who are in charge of this process, what guarantee can they give us that the various entities they have identified here are being included in discussions, which is obviously going to be fundamental to the successful operation of this trust and the facility.
Yeah, look,
that's for the officers.
Yep. Well, Councillor Watson, what I'm going to suggest is, and it's been indicated by the President here, is that firstly, I don't think our staff will be able to say that we will get them to talk. It has been indicated by the President that he has.
With all respect, Mr. Chair, I'm not talking about the President, I'm talking about the Council. I'm dealing with the Council officers here, and I'm asking them...
Councillor Watson, out of courtesy, because I started talking, I haven't finished. Out of courtesy, what I am saying is that the staff cannot end up forcing anybody to have these discussions. The surety is in regards to the President, who has said not only that there is discussions, but there will be ongoing discussions with them. In regards to what happens and what develops out of those, that will not be up to us. So Jenny, I would leave it at that. So Councillor Watson, are there any other questions that you have?
With due respect, my question was for the officer, Mr. Chair. Unless you, as Chair of the committee, get assurance that there are going to be discussions with the entities that have been identified here as expected users, and that the Council is taking responsibility or some oversight for that, then the question remains unanswered, as do the uncertainties as to whether this facility will be suitable or whether these entities will be involved. You can't have it both ways. You can't mention a group as expected users, then say that there is no Council responsibility or due process in ensuring that they're involved in a reasonable way to accommodate for any use that they might envisage. Okay. So I asked the officers, are they going to take any responsibility for that?
So I've already explained, Councillor Watson, so please, if you've got any further questions, I'll then move into Councillor Coombe, but it's been indicated
so that remains unanswered, so I reserve my right to speak to this item.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Coombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kia ora. I just wondered if I could ask a question just about the park generally. Is that all right? Just not being familiar with the park. Is it okay?
Nothing to do with Speedway or...
Well, it's to do with motorsport. So I just, well, maybe I could, because I have to admit that I'm not familiar with this park whatsoever and have never visited. But I'm just curious to know, we've heard a lot about the concerns of four-wheel drive users destroying natural beaches. And I just wondered, does this area facilitate in the future potential location where four-wheel drive users would be able to go?
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I'm not aware of those discussions, those future discussions. My role as the lease specialist is dealing with the contractual arrangements between council and community groups on council land. So.
Kia ora, Mr Chairman and councillors. You'll notice on the previous item that it shows, and certainly within this item, that there's an off-road racing or an off-road facility there that is a four-wheel drive facility and does allow that type of activity within a controlled environment in this park.
Right, thank you. That's what I was looking at, what that meant in terms of off-road. And may I just make an observation, Mr Chair? I'm very happy to support this, but A is not a decision, and I just wonder if there needs to be a rethink about, I would have thought every recommendation needs to be a decision. It's A is grant subject to those things, but I just leave that for you for advice. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let the team behind sort that one out, Councillor Coombe. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Chair, and thanks, Jenny. Good report. The question I have is concerning all of the groups that are using this. I'm going to strongly support carts. I think they're evolving into a really strong club, and utilisation is great for Auckland. The general access ways that all the organisations are going to use, including the horse group, which are on Puanui itself, is that work started, and is there work being done as part of the lease around the actual, making sure all that stuff is fit for purpose?
Thank you, Councillor, through you, Chair. Access to the park is being improved at the moment. Right on the junction of Collindale Park, off to your right when you come down Prices Road, or you go straight ahead to Puanui Reserve, a big roundabout's going in there because there is a link road through to the industrial area at what's called McLaughlin's Mountain, and then that road, Prices Road, I believe, will be realigned onto Puanui Road with a controlled intersection traffic lights. So the safety issue will be taken care of, because it's something I thought of when you drive out of Prices Road and want to turn right to go back. Horse trucks, trucks with bikes or whatever on the back, there will be a controlled intersection. It's be much, much safer.
Thanks, Jen. It was great to actually hear that's happening. I was wondering what those bulldozers were was there for the other day.
Just in addition to that, Mr Chairman and Deputy Mayor, within the park itself, those landowner works that you approved in 2018 increased the parking capacity and access into Puanui Reserve, which will be used not only for Collindale Park users, but also any use in Puanui Reserve.
Thank you.
Councillor Bartley, the last that I see in regards to questions.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you. I'm wondering, is there any way that we can accommodate another lease? Because I notice here we've got new site allocations, and I have been out to the site, and it is massive. So is there any way, because I have some sympathy for the Mount Wellington Kart Club bucket races, because, you know, it is a low participation sport, and our sports policy is trying to look at different diverse sports and how we support them, and this one definitely is, you know, has participants, although it's dying because it doesn't have the Panmure side anymore. But is there a way that it can be incorporated under its own lease in this situation somehow? Because that is where they fell into difficulties at Panmure, was that they were not even on the lease. And so I have some sympathy for what Councillor Watson is saying. We're asking them to do the same situation here. However, there's no certainty around that with the current trust that's holding the lease. So is that an option? I'm just trying to find a way to get this.
Thank you, Councillor.
sorted.
Through you, Mr Chair. The aerial shot that I've shown in image D, which follows paragraph 26, that outlines the proposed siting of this proposed lease and the other leaseholders, and there's an area there for future development, which is right on the front of the site at the entry, that is set aside for future development, and so it will be for the council in future to consider any approaches from other wheeled and motorsport providers or groups or clubs to have a lease on this park.
Okay. Still worried about the group though, because that was the option we told them when we kicked them out of Pamuel, was that they could go over to Collindale. So it would be good to have some certainty around that for the group. So
I don't know
where
whether
that
we can
sits.
give them certainty, because as Jenny's
they
already
have that
explained
discussion,
around the discussions, and Councillor Watson's raised them as well.
Yeah.
I think the fact that we've got the president of the new entity here and the note that he's already given, it's really leaving it to the discussions with them, because it's just not making any promises we can't as a council fulfill. That's the issue I have, is saying, yeah, look, you're definitely going to be there, when in fact once we end up having the discussions there may not be room. But I don't know. I'm not going to preempt any discussions that are going to happen, and I believe will continue to happen.
Okay. All right. Taking that as far as I can take it. Now I have another question, which I think is for Mace, if that's okay, please, Mr. Chair. So I've been out to the site, and there's pretty much nothing there, nothing at all. This money that we've allocated, I don't think you're even going to get a building out of it over there. So are we, by approving this lease, are we tying ourselves into some kind of commitment to keep providing financial investment into the infrastructure out there, because it does need infrastructure? So that's what I'm worried about. Are we, by doing this lease?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Bartley, the investment of the landowner enabling works are largely groundworks to enable the leaseholders and provide those shared facilities such as car parking, lighting, electricity and water supply to enable the development. So the most advanced developments that you may recall are the motocross track, which is pretty built facilities around that, the jet sprint course, which is a commercial operation, in fact, and then more recently the off-road facility has been developed in form of a track, but and BMX is the other site that's been developed. So there aren't any particular built facilities in the nature of buildings. It's more about the tracks and those facilities.
And also, if I can add to that, part of the kart sport proposal is a building that would be shared, would be used by all the users on the park. So, and that would be owned by that group.
Okay.
So
My concern
owned and
was,
maintained. And
right, thank you. My concern was we give them the lease, we put them there, and then we don't do anything else there, and then we're just leaving them in the middle of nowhere. But because we've got no money to do any new builds, but all good.
Councillor Cooper, did you have a question or comment? Which is next? Yeah, okay. There's no further questions I can't see online or here. So Jenny, Mace, thank you. And look, let's now get into the comments and debate. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mace. So we'll move into comments. The situation that Councillor Coombe pointed out has been resolved. Thank you. And so we'll move into comments. Councillor Walker, Watson, and then Cooper.
Sure. So as I indicated through my questions, I've got some pretty significant concerns around this lease that we're entering into. Obviously, the history goes back a little bit, but it's been very, very obvious, and I know Dave Stewart and Mace Ward are acutely aware that a range of users under a previous lease, and I'm talking about the lease at Tainui Road, effectively meant that a number of motorsports and skaters were cut out and not recognised. So they were not adequately recognised by officers, and nor for that matter were they provided for by kart sport. So that is the immediate history that we have, and we appear to be repeating history by simply having a lease with one entity, though it is purporting to take into account the needs of others. I don't know what the arrangements are within the lease. I don't know what the governance arrangements are. I don't know what funding arrangements are, what issues there are around design, though it does state under A4 that the landlord will approve the final design. It is very clear, and I think Mace Wood and Dave Stewart and others would know, that the council does have a direct role to engage directly with codes and with users. So my suggestion, Mr. Chair, is that we should really be deferring this item. I don't know that there is any immediacy about it, and we should look at what is a better form of lease and an improved form of governance arrangement to go forward around what is frankly a rather valuable piece of land and a circumstance where, as it goes to motorsport in Auckland, we appear to be confining much of motorsport on this one site. So there's an even greater priority to ensure that we have an arrangement that works for all the users, not just the ones that might happen to have the lease, because that may be a historical arrangement. But I'd suggest it is an arrangement that we know has not worked and is not good governance into the future. So I will be voting against this part of the item.
No, that's good then, because that is your option. So look, Councillor Watson.
You should see that I sent through an amendment earlier, Mr. Chair, amendment there that Council asked the Trust to report back on the discussions it is having with the expected user groups. I don't think that runs contrary to anything that's in the recommendation, so I'm putting that up as an amendment.
Happy to second that.
So, Councillor Watson, before, because through standing orders, if it is, we will go to the amendment. I'm asked our director to talk with directly with the President in regards to this, based on what Jenny Young said earlier, that we can't compel the leaseholder if this goes through. So they're just having discussion. So it's really up to you now whether you wish this amendment to be discussed and voted on, or wait until the conversation that the director is having with them. So it's your choice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you'll see that I've used the word ask the Trust to report back on the discussions. So that's not a command. And I would say that if everything we've read in our report is consistent with what we're being told, then this is a very reasonable request.
So what I've asked the director to do is to ask them, and that's what we're trying to do now, to try and sort something out. So look, yeah. I'll let the director just sort of comment, and then I'll be guided by you, Councillor Watson.
So kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to give you an update. So we appreciate your comment, Councillor Watson. I've just had a very brief chat to Brent, who is sitting in the audience, who is involved but not on the trust of the kart sport. So the challenge is, if we put an amendment, we might not be able to have the jurisdiction to enforce that. So my recommendation is, if we make an amendment, we amend the wording to something like that the PACE committee requests council officers to seek for the trust to provide updates on the communication rather than to direct them to do so. Because we don't have the jurisdiction to direct them, I believe, and we just need to be mindful about our scope and also maintaining positive relationships.
Okay, well, that's actually not the essence of what I'm looking to achieve in my amendment here. And if council is the one that is granting this lease, which we are today, then that seems to offer no surety to the expected user groups that council officers have referred to in their report of being potential beneficiaries here, which therefore really alters the kind of essence of the proposal in terms of its wider usage. So unless there's a reason understanding orders why my amendment cannot be passed, and I've referred to the word ask. Ask isn't a directive or a command, so it doesn't deal with the compulsion you're referring to there, then my amendment should stand. And as I said, unless you're going to give a different interpretation of the word ask, then what has just been given by way of explanation isn't really relevant.
So look, as I said earlier, there was a compromise. It hasn't been reached in regards to your amendment because you've said now that that you wish that amendment to be put. We will have to now discuss it under the standing orders, and we will vote on your amendment, and then we'll move to the substantive. So we have now got questions and comments on your amendment, and I'm assuming, Councillor Watson, that your amendment would be that Council asked the Trust to report back on the discussions it is having with the expected user groups, and that's moved and seconded by Councillor Walker, so we will discuss that now. So are there any questions in regards to the amendment? Councillor Coombe.
Just a Patai, can you please clarify what you were willing to incorporate into the substantive motion that was consistent with this? Because that just seemed like a very elegant solution, so I'm not quite sure why that's not being accepted. But I mean, it might be that we didn't hear it clearly. So could you just confirm? Thank you.
Councillor Watson said that it didn't cover what his amendment was.
Can you just confirm what it was, the wording?
I'll let the directors repeat.
I actually am hopeful that much of the update that I provided or suggested is actually quite in line with what Councillor Watson's trying to also cover. So excuse me in advance if I have this wrong. The recommendation I'm making is that we request for officers to ask the Trust to provide us updates on the communications that have been held so that we can help inform the committee.
And you were proposing including that in the substantive?
Yeah, but this is why I asked Councillor Watson.
I'd be happy to support that change, but if you want to move ahead with the amendment.
Yeah, but we have to move ahead with the amendment now because it's been put. So any questions on the amendment? So just to confirm, Councillor Watson's amendment is ask the Trust to report back on the discussions it is having with the expected user groups, which I thought was very similar to what the Director said, but Councillor Watson has indicated that it's not, therefore then we are discussing the amendment as we have to through standing orders. So are there any comments in regards to, or questions? Councillor Dalton.
So just a point of clarification. I think that the difference is report back on the discussions it is having and report back on the discussions that have been had. That's different.
And perhaps what we can do is we can incorporate both. It sounds like it's useful to clarify what may have already happened, to avoid the quote he said, she said that was raised before, and also what they're expecting to continue to have. My main amendment was we need to be just cautious about our directive to the Trust, and rather that it would be a request to the Trust.
Councillor Dalton.
I think the point that Councillor Watson made about we've listed the groups, so we have an interest now into how those discussions might go, and that's simply based on history and what we've experienced in the past. We don't want that to happen again. So we would want to understand that I don't know about the content of the discussions. I see the line. I appreciate the line, but I also appreciate that we don't want to be coming back in a year's time and find out that actually that didn't work out and we had no oversight of it, but because councillors clearly are having conversations. So and even both amendments are a little vague in terms of accountability on what that report back is.
Yeah, so I'm only guided by the amendment that Councillor Watson's put up, and I've been advised that we need to now discuss the amendment in regards to support or not. If I start, I'll get Councillor Watson to start off first in regards to his amendment, and then I'll open it up for discussion, and then I will then put it to vote. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Dalton is absolutely right. It is a very general and vague and rather kind of soft request, and it really is that way because it's trying to reflect the spirit of good intent and incorporation that has been reflected in the report itself. As I said, and I'm quoting directly from the report itself now, that when we get to point 29, we have the various expected user groups identified. The Trust has presented revised plans to adopt a multi-use motorsport facility. The expected users of the proposed facility are diverse, and we have 4 that are identified there: the Auckland Motorcycle Club, the University of Auckland Formula Team, E-Velocity, and the Mount Wellington Speed Skaters Club. Now, any of the councillors that have been around for a little while will know that a number of those user groups are the very same users groups who have found themselves without a facility as a consequence of being in exactly the same position at Mount Wellington. And as a consequence of that, the Mount Wellington Motorcycle Club has essentially become defunct, and all the riders and youth development programs that have occurred have gone into abeyance, and that sport essentially has disappeared from Auckland. Now, I find it, Mr. Chair, a little disappointing that some of the senior figures within the council table who have criticised and encouraged those groups to actually engage directly with the council to ensure that they're not put in that position again, have remained silent when we are just proposing this very instance to put them in that position again. And I can confirm, Mr. Chair, that the president of the Auckland Motorcycle Club has said that they have had no direct discussions with any of the kart bodies. There were some more historic ones back in over 2 years ago, 24 months ago, but that's a lot of water under the bridge in the interim. So I think that we owe it to those expected user groups that have been identified by us in a council report that they are involved in any discussions, because it's very important to note that although they're motorsports, they have different requirements. It's a little bit like comparing the field sports of rugby, soccer, hockey. They have different requirements, and if those requirements are to meet, not least of which are health and safety requirements, there has to be some rudimentary discussion. That hasn't occurred. So it's a little hopeful, given the very recent track record, just to throw it over to the Trust to use the expected user groups as a lever of sorts to justify the propositions being put up, but then to have absolutely no accountability, do something of a Pontius Pilate, wash our hands of any accountability or responsibility for ensuring that the user groups are even communicated with. We're not talking about a facility be provided with them. We're just talking about communication with. I mean, what we're proposing fellow councillors, is to build the track now and then to have the discussions afterwards, or not to have the discussions at all. Obviously, if you're trying to incorporate a number of different user groups with different requirements, like the speed skaters, for instance, who need more of an oval configuration or else they can't race, then you have to be doing it now. And if this is being advanced on the basis of the goodwill that permeates much of the report, then surely that's a very reasonable expectation to ask the trust that is granting the lease to communicate with the groups involved and to try and meet their needs within the configuration and the planning that has to take place beforehand. If not, if we do not do that, we will almost certainly be repeating what has already happened at Mount Wellington. We know this because we've had that in our very recent past with disastrous results for the clubs involved, not least of which is that one club, a very prominent club with 40 years proud history, has now disappeared. There is nowhere to race in Auckland. So, Mr. Chair, I think this amendment is, as Councillor Dalton said, pretty low key, not setting all that high a bar. It's just asking the Trust to report back on the discussions it is having, that this report tells us or suggests that it is having. That's a reasonable expectation. That's something we should be doing as due course anyway. It shouldn't really be having to get put up by an amendment, but it is, and I'd urge everyone to vote for it in that spirit. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
I was actually wanting to comment on the substantive.
Yeah, we have to go through this first.
Okay, all right then. So my concerns is around setting a precedent that in leases we start to interfere in the running of these groups. I mean, we're giving them, we're looking to give them a lease, but then we're asking them to get all the resource consents, pay for all the development. We'll do some enabling works. We've said that, but then we start to want to interfere. And to be quite honest, there's often talk about subsidiarity, you know, devolving, you know, letting people do what they need to do, be self-determining. But to me, it sounds like now we're going to be, if we are requiring people to keep reporting back all the time during the time of their lease, there's this expectation on volunteer groups, which they're already quite pressured as it is. They have to write reports, come in here, report to us, when actually, you know, I think it's a level of trust we should be operating under. And to me, this smacks of not trusting. And it also feels like it's driven by one small group, ginger group, that's push, push, push. The reality is, if this small group that pushes behind the scenes, and we know that in the past we've had some horrific abuse of a past chair of a committee that dealt with this issue, right to the point of death threats. You know, I'm, you know, to me, this is the proposed group that is joined together from other groups that's willing to take this on. It's a huge undertaking. You know, sometimes you can't accommodate everybody. But if this group that wants to do its other kind of work and needs different kinds of facilities, if they really want to do this, they can enter into council with a council and get an agreement to lease a part of this, and they can get the consents and they can build their own track. But to me, this is around being a really small group and want to hang off the end of it and actually call the tune and stop everything else. And actually, we don't have time to defer. This has been going on for years and years and years, way back to Manukau City time when they had a plan change to make this happen. It needs to get on with it. We need to let our community groups get on with this. They've got a long road to hoe still to get their consents and get their funding. So for me, putting an extra onus on them, which we don't do to any other group, we don't do any other leases, seems particularly picking them out for special, you know, treatment, which isn't helpful to them. So I can't support this. I'm very happy to have something put in, as Claudia has suggested, to talk to the groups. I've seen in the chamber here our staff talking to Colindale Kart Sport, and I'm sure they're very happy to cooperate in an informal way like that and let us know what's going on. So I can't support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Look, I'm just going to make my comments now and then move on with the others. Look, I won't be supporting this amendment, and the reason I won't be supporting it is because the recommendations state in the fact that the lease is going to go out to public consultation. Guess what's going to happen with all the groups, and guess what happens to all the people that may oppose this particular lease going to the entity? They will have their say. Also, if you have a look at the recommendations, and I've changed one of them, and the reason, depending on how we get on with this amendment, is that myself, the Deputy Chair and Independent Māori Statutory Board member select the hearings panel when this goes out. Why? I don't know why we have to end up trying to get some discussions through, because I have no doubt at all that the people that have been mentioned with this on number 29 will end up having their say, all right. They will definitely have their say, because it's going out to public consultation. So why are we putting this in? But I left that to Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker to end up having the opportunity and the choice, but they continued with this, and it was their choice. But it goes out to public consultation. Isn't it more important it going out to consultation first to find out what these groups will end up saying about this lease? Isn't it better going out to the public to end up saying, we do not want this group to get the lease, and here are our reasons? Isn't that something that we should, as the hearings panel, when we form one, isn't that the information we want to end up getting from all of our community, including mana whenua? Mana whenua is part of this consultation process when the lease, if we approve this, it goes out for public consultation. So look, I am not going to support this amendment. I'm going to support the substantive, and the reason I want to do that is because it's going out for public consultation. I want to hear what these community groups that have been outlined and mentioned today, I want to hear what they want to say around this lease. I'm now moving to Councillor Mulholland.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to be supporting this amendment because whilst I may be in this first term, I've also watched this process from afar. And so I believe that we do need to look at the matter of fairness and equity and how we establish the ground for working together in the future and listening to voices. And I do fully engage in processes where there is consultation. Thank you, Chair, for raising those matters. I think that's absolutely relevant. My thoughts around the things I've heard and listened to is that whilst there might have been meetings so that people had a view and opinion, there are other groups being put forward, and something that happened 2 years ago may not be relevant today. So kia ora, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and also thank you for raising the matter of the consultation, which I think is relevant. But I will be supporting this.
Councillor Walker.
All right, I'm supporting the amendment, Mr. Chair. I think it's entirely reasonable. We know that Council has got existing policies that encourage the best use of reserve space and parks and multiple use, and we know that Council has a direct responsibility to engage with various codes. Of course, part of the background to this is we don't have a motorsport strategy that could and should be informing this process. And we know that we have a history of some clubs that have been cut out. I think it's particularly disappointing that we're only treating with one entity in terms of the lease. My understanding is that what the Council endeavours to do now is to have more broad governance structures so that a range of groups that are going to be using something have got a stake in not only the use but an interest in the governance and the lease arrangements, and that is patently not the case here. So I would suggest that this amendment is entirely reasonable. Why wouldn't we encourage these sorts of discussions and this engagement and more involvement on the part of council officers? To not do that is abrogating our responsibility. We wouldn't be doing it with rugby and football and other codes. So why are we going to limit the process here? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Dalton, Collins, and then Deputy Mayor.
I was Councillor Walker.
No, I'm saying Councillor Dalton, Collins, and Cashmore's next.
Thank you, Chair. Look, it's all about relationships, isn't it? That is what it's about. And if I reflect on the multi-sports that I've been involved in, and then they don't come with the big history that's here. I understand that there's complications here, but we have always, it is the holder of the lease that has the relationship with the users within those multi-sports. The sports that are in there lobby their councillors all the time about not getting their needs met or, you know, any issues that they might have. That will never change. So because that happens, there does need to be a relationship between council officers being able to report back to the governing body on the matters that we're talking about. So in this specific case, it's the users that are wanting that have been listed in the report. But we need to make sure that relationship does happen. I don't know that it needs to necessarily be through an amendment, but Chair, I was going to ask you, what is in the substantive? Have you changed something? Before we go to vote on this, I'd like to know what is in the substantive. But my point here is that it is about relationships, existing multi-sports. The Trust holds the relationships with all of the clubs that are there, and then we get updated and then lobbied on the side so we know what's going on. Thank you.
So the only change is with C. And because it's going out for consultation, all the groups that have been mentioned, as I said, all the groups that have been mentioned in 29 will be having their say. Now, that won't negate any conversations that the Trust will have, because they may not get the lease depending on the hearings. So what I've changed it, previously was just the chair will select the hearings panel. I've said no myself, the deputy and independent Māori statutory board member will select the hearings panel that will hear submissions on the lease, because it's going out for public consultation. That's the only change I've done with the substantive. It's just added myself and, added Councillor Casey and independent Māori statutory board member to hear the any submissions. So it's going out for public consultation no matter what happens.
I just need a point of clarification, because I think there's a couple of different conversations going on. So I think Councillor Watson and Councillor Walker are clearly saying, can we make sure that the groups listed do not get cut out in other work going forward? So it's probably not even related directly to this particular item. There's two things going on here.
Yeah.
Outside of them having their say on a narrow scope, because it's going to be the consultations just on this bit, there's another issue that's trying to be addressed through the amendment.
So that's why what Jenny said when she gave her report was the fact that there have been ongoing conversations. The dispute that's been arisen is that Councillor Watson has said no, there hasn't. But look, they have had conversations, so that's where this is heading, and that's why, as a result of still saying I want the amendment through, we're still going to have our hearings panel, because there will be submissions. This here now is saying that we want to end up getting to report back to us any discussions that with the expected user groups. We've been told there have been discussions, and that's why we've come to this stage.
So I get it. This particular amendment is not actually going to address the broader issue that I think councillors Watson and Walker have. This is specific to this particular item in which we're going out for consultation. We'll get the submission, so they will have their say anyway. So actually, that needs to go somewhere else, not here. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So, Councillor Collins, and then Deputy Mayor.
Kia ora, Chair, and thanks for the chance to speak. Look, I just wanted to say I have real sympathy for the amendment that's been put forward by Councillors Watson and Walker. I think I won't be supporting the amendment, granted the explanation that you've given, but what I think we have here now is a very clear highlight of the desire to have people participate in this process and that for discussions to be had. I'm not sure if Jenny is still in the room, but I remember working with Jenny very closely with a lot of these groups before, and the leases we had, and these things were well canvassed. We know that different groups were at that time looking to talk to local board members, and so I'm really clear on some of the pathway that has had and the experiences I had back at that time. So I know that Jenny might be reflecting on this, thinking, yeah, this is a bit of deja vu, but the fact of the matter is what I think Councillor Watson and Walker are trying to highlight, and in fairness too, is that all of the discussions are transparent. And so, look, I'm confident, having worked in the local board area with some of these, that the discussions were always robust, and that we asked people to ensure that honest conversations had been had, and we were getting full information, understanding of those conversations. So I think this is raising the level of the transparency on it, which is why I have real sympathy with the amendment. But granted the process that you've walked us and talked us through this morning, Chair, I'm hopeful and relatively confident that we're going to land on a space where everyone is going to have a fair bite at the lease, or at least at having the ability to participate in it. And I'm sure you've been saying that the trust chair is there at the moment. I think it's been highlighted amongst all of us today that there is a deep desire for some honest conversations, and I'm hopeful that officers will come back with an understanding to relay to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Jenny for the report. This is about appointing, potentially after consultation, a cornerstone leaseholder. And that's the important part. So, and I'd really like to commend CARTS for they've come together as a group and are putting forward a proposal that they want to take some ownership of an area of Colindale to actually develop it for their sport. At the end of last year, at the request of Liam Ventnor and CARTS and Councillor Mulholland, there was a meeting in my office where they discussed their similarities, and then they gave undertakings to work together going forward. And there was goodwill and a desired joint up outcome around that meeting. And I haven't heard that there's been any discourse in it, so I'm presuming it's going on quite well. This is the next stage. Let's give the cornerstone leaseholder the lease, and then let them move forward with any collaboration work with the bucket racers, with inline skaters, and with anyone else who may potentially want to partake in the design and delivery of this particular sporting activity and the assets that are around it. And the chair of CARTS is nodding at the back of the room there. So this is where it's going. And I don't think there's any need for the amendment, and we just need to focus on a substantive and deliver a facility enabled by our lease to CARTS, and they will work with the other folk to deliver potentially for the other clubs should they wish to become involved. Simple as that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If there's no further comments, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm the same. I do feel for what Councillors Watson and Walker are trying to see happen here, but I think the point has been made that people just need to talk. And I don't think you need a governing body resolution to make that happen in this instance. When I was on local board, we had the same situation when we were granting a lease, and we had groups that wanted to also be part of that lease. And it was just a matter for those groups to talk together. We would play our role in it by connecting them, but we wouldn't pass a local board resolution to make that happen. It just does come down to relationships, and yeah, you don't need something like this to make that happen. So yeah, I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. If there's no further comments, I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
No.
No. Lost on voices. We will now move to the substantive. Any comments? We've had our questions on the substantive with Jenny's report. Any comments?
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm sorry that I'm having technology problems this morning, but I just want to comment that as the Parks portfolio holder, I have felt quite hurt that I haven't had anybody contact me on this prior to the agenda item.
Yeah, look, I will take the blame for that. My humble apologies, because I know that Jenny and Philippa would not have known that. So I take the blame for that. So my humble apologies, Councillor Fletcher. I will ensure that something like this, that you will get a brief on it.
Thank you.
If there's no further comments, I'm going to put the recommendation. Moved and seconded. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
No, and record my vote against it.
I'm against.
Councillor Watson.
Yeah.
And the same for Councillor Walker.
And Mulholland.
And Sayers, thank you.
Okay, so that's 4. Yeah, okay then. Thank you. Look, we'll move
No,
to...
mine also.
Okay, thank you. So we move to 10. I will move it. The second, Councillor Casey. No questions or comments. I will put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. So look, we're there's nothing in regards to 12. So look, I'll call this to a halt and a close. So look, thank you everybody. I'm just going to now ask Claudia to end up. There's about, just have a break for 5 minutes, but Claudia's just going to give us, I think it's about 6 or 7 slides just on what's going to happen around 1B, that community facility stuff. It's a workshop, so it won't be a briefing. Yeah, a briefing workshop. So because the brother looks, sorry man, you fellas should have gone out for lunch.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Planning Committee, Komiti Whakariti Māhiri of Auckland Council. I welcome the Mayor, I welcome the Planning Committee Councillor members and the Independent Māori Statutory Board members. Also welcome our staff on the council side and Auckland Transport and many others that have contributed to these reports today. Welcome public and media as well to this. Also welcome local board chairs or deputies who will be joining us on the RLTP item at our invitation. Now, I will firstly take a roll call of the members and hand to our governance advisor, Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Darby. Present.
Yes, of course.
Councillor Bartley.
Present.
Councillor Casey.
Kia ora, present.
Councillor Catchmore.
Kia ora.
Councillor Collins. Councillor Coombe.
Kia ora.
Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora.
Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Filipina.
Talofa.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes.
Mayor Goff.
Kia ora.
Member Henare.
Kia ora.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes, yes.
Councillor Hills.
Kia ora koutou katoa.
Councillor Mulholland. Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon. I've dialed in having scope issues.
Thank you. Member Namane. Councillor Sayers.
Kia ora.
Councillor Simpson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Present.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. Are there any apologies? I need to just formally ask for that. Are there any? There being none, I will move to. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, it is. I don't know where to pot any, but can we know which local boards are represented here?
When we come to when we come to the item that they are going to participate in, which is the RLTP. At the they were invited to participate on the RLTP item, which is C2, and I'll let everybody know who's on that call.
Sorry, so does that mean they're here now or they're coming in later?
They are.
There's some on now, but they'll have to leave the call and rejoin.
Sorry, so do we have to move some sort of resolution around confidentiality? Then?
We haven't got to that yet. It's on the agenda. We get to that. At the moment, this meeting is now open. Right now it's open, and then we are getting to that stage, Councillor. Thank you. Now, did I put that motion on the apologies? There are none. So we shall go to item 2, members' declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest on this item for the members of the committee? There being none, go to 3, which is petitions. I've received no petitions. So I'll now go to public input. There is no public input today. And local board input, members, I did receive a request from the Franklin local board to provide input on the RLTP item. They've been declined by me. This is an extraordinary meeting here today, and there will be targeted engagement sessions with Auckland Transport offering for the first time in the building of an RLTP to have targeted engagement sessions with local boards, and that is the opportunity for them to provide feedback to the decision makers. Chairs or deputies have been invited to join this meeting today for C2, and that's also the board's opportunities to have some oversight of our decision making on C2. So that takes us to extraordinary items. None have been raised with me. Under 7, there is no extraordinary business. which takes us to the procedural motion to exclude the public at this point. We are discussing 3 confidential items. The first is the Auckland Transport Alignment Project. In particular, the reason for excluding the public is the report contains information subject to cabinet confidentiality. And C2, the reason here being it contains information subject to the Regional Transport Committee of the Auckland Transport Board confidentiality. And the regional fuel tax item, C3, the report contains information related to confidential information relating to the Regional Land Transport Program. So I'm going to move the motion as we have it before us to move into public excluded. Do I have a second, please? Councillor Cooper, thank you. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Declare that carried. Members, we'll just pause for a minute as we
Tēnā tātou katoa, we seek wisdom, understanding, insights into the views and circumstances of others, strength to seek what we believe in, humility to accept the combined decisions of others, patience, good humour at all times, tolerance and courtesy, while working in the best interests of the community. Right, councillors, this is just a test of how efficient we can be. It's a very straightforward agenda. I will first of all, do I need to do the roll call, Sandra? So I'll ask Sandra to do the roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Present.
Councillor Bartley. No, she's at interviews. Right. Councillor Casey.
Yep, here.
Councillor Collins.
Kia ora.
Councillor Coombe. Kia ora. Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora.
Councillor Dalton.
Present.
Councillor Darby.
Present.
Councillor Filipaina.
Gift.
Councillor Fletcher.
Present.
Councillor Henderson.
Hello.
Councillor Hills.
I'm back.
Councillor Mulholland.
Present.
Councillor Newman.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Sayers.
Present.
Councillor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Young.
Kia ora.
Excellent. We come now to apologies. Have we received any apologies? Okay, declaration of interest. Are there any councillors that need to make a declaration of interest in relation to this agenda? No, there are no petitions. There is no public input. There is no local board input. There are no extraordinary items that I've been advised of. And there is no consideration of extraordinary business. I will now move that we move into confidential on the basis that the report contains information related to confidential regional land transport program report.
Seconded.
It's been seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
Aye.
Carried.